Good evening, everybody. It's Friday night, my friends, and I'm back and ready to jump on to some coding here, as we do on Fridays. Just make sure everything looks okay up there. I think this is screwed over a little bit, didn't it? Yeah, there we go. Sounds a little bit better. Is that? I think it still sees my. There you go. It still sees like the corner, the very corner of my green screen there. Anyway, my friends. Hope everyone's had a good week so far. Hope we're all, successful in everything, and everything's going well, and all of those things. So when we left off on Monday night, we were starting to kind of piece together what I need to do for the YouTube OAuth stuff, or the YouTube initial handshake, I guess. And I think I finally decided, it's still too hot. I think I finally decided that I'm just gonna do the OAuth handshake myself, and then I figured out that I can still build a credentials thing, and then use the YouTube API stuff and let it refresh tokens and all that stuff on its own. And so we just kind of have to put the pieces of that together, because it's basically going to be the same as what we did for Twitch here, except I won't have to have an intermediate callback. I don't think it's just going to be I'll just be able to pull stuff off the get. I think. I'm thinking. Anyway, I mean, it seems that way. So, first things first. So I've been putting this on the home controller just for the sake of argument, but honestly, this doesn't have to be here because we already have a thing set up, so I can start to move this over. I was just doing this just to see, mostly to see where everything is. The redirect URIs is going to be, I just need to put that in here. Let's just do static final string. YouTube redirect URI is I can't. Well, it'll be it's just gonna be /OAuth /YouTube authenticate is gonna be the path. We'll get to that in a minute, because I have to build the base here. And actually, I'm not doing this at all. Right, I'm not doing this at all. I'm just going. So, where's the counts controller? Here we go. YouTube auth redirect URI. So that would be what I just did here. Is that off URL base? Oh yeah, that's correct. Okay, okay. This would be. Oof, excuse me. This is going to be a combination of things. So, redirect URL. Would be, here. So I have to do how was I able to do auth redirect URI there? Oh, I just hard coded it, which is not actually correct because that wouldn't work if I tested it on the other one on Jetty. So what I need is private string build URL path. URI afterwards, and then I just have to say, okay, string URL is request get context path, right? Returns a portion of the request URI that indicates the context of the requests. Slash character but does not end with a slash character. For servers in default root context, this method returns nothing. The container does not decode the string. Well, so we're in the root context, so that's not going to get me anything. Get local address returns internet protocol address. Get local name returns a fully qualified name of the address returned by get local address. And then you cannot or choose not to resolve the host name to improve performance. This method returns the IP address. But so I actually don't even need that because I know it's going to be. I'd rather hard code it as local hosts. Because it's going to have to be anyway to match the URIs that are out there. But what I'm really interested in is knowing what the port is. Get protocol. Scheme. Get local port. It returns the internet protocol port number, representing the interface in which the request was received. Okay. Or is it get server port? I think it's get server port. There's a port number to which the request was sent. It may be derived from a protocol. For some reason, I think it's get server port, not get local port. do that. So this really should be pretty simple. It should be HTTPS localhost. All right, and then %d, and then %s, right? So it'll be the URI tacked onto it. As long as I put a leading slash on URI, we should be good. So this would be direct URL will be build URL path request and to redirect URI. Yeah. So the same thing, I should do the same thing for the Twitch off while I'm here. That so this would be redirect URL as build one URL path. Request and then redirect URI. And that would be, hey, Premier Aircraft, welcome on in. How are you doing tonight? Redirect URL here. So that's good. So change that around. To auth URL, okay. So I've got that. Let's start. So build Twitch auth URL. I need to pass the requests in there now. Better than you have in a long time. That's good. It's good, good, good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Everything's been going well so far. You know, getting things done, and I've been haven't been, my sleep has been a little bit disrupted this week, but, I don't know why. It's kind of a weird one. But I'm still it's still better than it's been in a long time. But other than that, no, nothing crazy, nothing unusual, nothing out of the ordinary. It's been a nice sort of quiet week. No craziness, which is a good thing. I need to do basically the same thing here, right? UID. And then, string, YouTube, auth URL is build, YouTube auth URL, requests, and then UID.toString. Right now. So that's good. And I just do a redirect to the YouTube auth URL. Cool. Oh, new baby. Yeah, I hear it. I hear that. Found my new baby. Yeah. I mean, that's, of all things, that's probably a better reason to have disrupted sleep than anything else. Because eventually that'll resolve itself. That's good. I mean, it's, well, yeah, it's good that it's not, you know, it's due to external factors, not internal. For me, I don't know what it is. Like this week I've been, like, my trend was going down for the sleep apnea stuff. And then this week it's just been up and down every day. It's been some days good, some days bad. And I haven't done anything different. So it's been just kind of a very weird week. So I don't know just what's happening there with that, but hopefully everything's good. And I've been unusually tired as well, which is something that I wasn't for, you know, a while there. So, and I'm still exercising, so I don't know what's going on there, other than I have been staying up a little bit later than usual. So it's possible I'm just I've reached the threshold of how much sleep I need. I had that, you took naps or just daydream. Yeah, I mean, that's been my thing too. I've just been like, you know, during the day, just kind of like take a short nap, like at lunchtime, because I get like an hour for lunch. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just, you know, I only need really a half an hour, and then I'll just take the other half an hour and snooze for a little bit and try to like get some energy back and everything. And I get mixed results on it. It works and it doesn't, you know. Like it definitely helps, but it also oftentimes doesn't help enough. Like I read something that it was like, if you take a power nap during the day, it should not be more than 30 minutes or so. But it seems like that just doesn't work for me. Like 30 minutes just isn't enough. I guess because I just take a long time to actually, you know, to actually fall asleep, maybe. Who knows? But I haven't found the sweet spot of like, is it 35 minutes? Is it 45 minutes? But it's it's good. Just try to do that. I'm happy to. I'm glad that I can work. Like working from home has helped me to just be able to, like, when you go into an office, sometimes you have to. I would often see people out in the parking lot at lunchtime, just like taking a snooze in their cars and stuff. And it's nice to be able to just do that in a bed and be comfortable and not have to go out to your car and rest for a bit. So that's another positive of being able to work from home all the time, which is nice. So what am I doing here? Start YouTube off. What am I doing? Get Twitch logged in user. Oh, right. Okay. Right. I don't. So that's to actually create the account. Because we get redirected back to here. Hmm. You work at a warehouse, you just try to nap in a vehicle for about an hour. Yeah. Yeah. I get that. It's very popular. Start. Oh, duh. Okay, because it's coming into here. Link YouTube, start YouTube off, blah, blah, blah. Right. So... And then what I want to do is... I have the authenticate. So I'm going to do another controller. It's basically a copy of this, but it's a YouTube one. Where's this at? Show in... Alright, let's just copy and paste. And we'll call it YouTube OF callback controller. And error description state. So I don't think it's going to be quite the same thing. It's going to be a redirect as well. But it's going to be, so error description. User. Requests may display user-facing error messages instead of authentication. Alright. Handle the server response. Here we go. So here's on the query string. So it'd be error, or you get an auth code response. If your response endpoint renders an HTML page, you'll see it. Scripts can read URL directory. Okay, so sample OAuth 2.0 server response. The words are all blurry due to. Oh yeah, I think it's blurry because it's small too, which is the other problem. So I am doing the initial authorization handshake with YouTube. So when you say you want to add your YouTube channel to the bot, it'll go out to YouTube and then ask for certain permissions, and then YouTube will present you the login screen and all that stuff, and then you choose what account you want to use and all that stuff, and then you say yes, you accept, the connection, and then it redirects back to me with all the details, well, with the access tokens and stuff, and then I just have to take those and store them away, and then those become part of every API call going forward. I know what token to send to say, like, hey, I'm authenticated, the user said this was cool, so doing that, and that's all this is showing me. So read-only access to view metadata for files in your Google Drive. Auth 2 callback, which will get a 44 not found. Authorization code response. That's the sample URL that you would send, but then oh, okay. So then I have to then call. So I get an authorization code, and then I have to call, or not authorization code, I get an authorization code for a response, and then I gotta call them again to get an access token. Okay. Contains a short-lived access token and a refresh token. Note that the refresh token is only returned if your application set the access type parameter offline in the initial requests. Alright, so I gotta go back to it again after that. Okay. So, and then here's the fields that come back. Here's the response that comes back. It looks like the response comes back as a JSON. She's no, it shouldn't be, right? It should come back as a get. Oh, responds to this request by returning a JSON object that contains a short-lived access token and a refresh token. Okay, so I have to pull the JSON out, which is not a huge deal, but it is a thing. I wonder. Responds to this request by returning a JSON object. So I really have to. So it's not going to redirect back to me. It's going to just give me a JSON response. So I have to use an HTTP client to grab it, which I figured I might have to at some point. Although I know that there's a thing that lets me do it. Let's show it in Java though. Handle off callback deferred. So I haven't built a client and stuff, so I'm just gonna have to here's the complete example. This channel, so client set access token, set off, yeah, see they're just doing that. Direct URI validation rules. Incremental, refreshing an access token, offline access. Type, revoking a token. Okay, so let's get the first handshake going. So we'll say so it's going to come back. So redirect them. And then it's just going to come back with either an error or with a code, authorization code. Okay, so it should also give me the state back too. Surprised it doesn't, but I guess since it's just giving a code back, it'll give the state back in the next call, I guess. So I'll say error or code. So initial auth code. Okay. So I get that. So then I have to do some work to get the real code. I'm gonna do it here, I guess. So I need to pull out the HTTP client. Yeah, I gotta do HTTP client here. So I want to do. I hate that. I hate when it does that. Quick start. Also, okay, was that a get? Was that a get or a post? This next piece. Oh, it's a post. Okay. Posting the /token. So HTTPS auth to googleapis.com /token. All right. So we need the static final string token endpoint. Let's make it void for the moment. So we have the token. So I need the string initial auth code, which I spelled wrong up here. Okay, and string array just for simple, for ease of use here. So I have the initial auth code, and then we gotta do HTTP post. Value pair. Okay. So use classic or client? I guess I use client. Oh wait, HTTP client methods. Is that the right? This is HC client 5, which I think is what I want. This other one might be coming in from something else, so I'm gonna do that. Post. This would be token endpoint. And list name value pair. Okay. Value pair, okay. And then basic name value pair, yeah. URL encoded form entity, right. Okay. What do I have to send? Set the following parameters: client ID, client secret, code, grant type. That must be set to authorization code. And redirect URI. I wonder why. I wonder why they require redirect URI there. Because from the sound of it, they're not redirecting back to me. They just want to verify that I'm using the correct URI. It must be just for validation. I could get invalid grant. I guess I'll just get the word. I guess I'll just get invalid underscore grant as just the body of the response. That would be a Google thing to do. Yeah, we'll give you a JSON, or we'll just give you something that isn't JSON, because, you know, why would we let you, you know, have a standard format to rely on? Okay. Huh. Okay, so Xform URL encoded, right, which is what I'm doing. So it's client ID, client secret, code. Is it client underscore ID? Yes, client underscore ID, client underscore secret, code. Redirect URI, right? Direct URI, grant type, and then code. Alright, so grant type and code. Grant type is supposed to be authorization code, I believe. Yeah. Okay, and then I need to pull in the redirect URI, which is in here, right? Do something here. New class. Oh, off. Util. And let me pop back over to here. Just gonna grab this. Oh, actually, it doesn't have to be final because it's implied to be final. Okay, because the class is final. So do that. And then over here, I just call. That. Save that and what else? I have to grab that for the redirect URI. Go. So this would be go off util build and give it the redirect URI, and then I need to servlet requests in here. There we go. Okay, and then I gotta look up the client ID and the client secrets, which are here. Client ID and client secrets. All right. So client secret, and I need to just bring that resource loader in up here. Cool. What is the problem here? Oh, for crying out loud. The wrong resource loader, right? Which resource loader did you bring in? Not velocity. What's wrong with you? Spring framework. There we go. That works better. Okay, so we got that. So that's the stuff I gotta send. And so then we have to do with the HTTP client, we gotta say, you gotta set the entity as a URL encoded form entity because it's www URL encoded, as most things are. So post that set entity. Encoded form entity with the parameters, values there. Cool. Been super hungry lately. Not sure why. Maybe getting muscle back after 11 months of not using them due to injury. Yeah, I mean that's it's certainly possible. Just as always, you know, be careful with that because I, as someone who is chronically hungry all the time, when you give into it, that's when the pounds start coming on before you know it. And I've been struggling to kind of get rid of them even. You know, I've been exercising and everything and every single morning, and I just started this morning. I ran for a little bit on the treadmill, just a little bit. It's always hard for me to get into the running because I'm always a little bit unstable on the treadmill as opposed to just running out in real life. But eventually, like, I just do it kind of like for like a minute or two and then slow down and then another minute or two and then slow down, you know, whenever I feel a burst of energy. But eventually I'll probably work up to where I can run fairly comfortably on it without, you know, feeling unstable. So I'm starting to work towards that. So hopefully, I mean, if that doesn't cause weight loss, then I'm not sure. There's something else wrong with me then, you know? It's hard for you to start slow. Yeah, I get that. It's frustrating because you're not seeing progress. And and I feel that when you start out slow like that. And the way I kind of justify it to myself is to say, like, look, this is not a temporary thing, right? This is not something where I'm like training for, you know, a sporting event or something like that. This is something I'm doing that I'm going to have to do for the rest of my life, most likely. And so I got time, right? I got tons of time. So it's going to take months before I start to really see anything come of it. It's going to take months before I get to a point where I'm, running on the treadmill more than just, a minute at a time. But eventually I'll get there. And the more important thing is that, I'm not getting injured. Because as soon as you get injured, that just throws off your entire regimen, Like for me, I'm a creature of, like, since I'm a night owl, mornings are rough. And so I am very much a creature of habit in the mornings. And as long as I can stick to a routine in the mornings, stuff gets done. And it's when that routine gets disrupted that it just throws me off. And that's kind of what happened the first time around when I was exercising years ago on the treadmill. I did push myself a little too hard one morning and strained a little bit. And then I was like, oh, I gotta, I tried to get on it the next day. I'm like, no, this is not feeling good. Let me just give myself a break for a day. And I gave myself a break for a day. And then the next day, I got back on it again, but I went slow again. I was like, okay, I overdid it. Let's just relax. Let's let the healing take effect. Because really you're doing micro tears to your muscles, and then you're letting them heal, and it's the healing of those micro tears that makes the muscle stronger, right? It's when you go too far that you make it so that your body can't repair it that quickly, and you got to kind of give it a rest and let it heal. But what then happened after that was I started having problems with the treadmill itself, where like the belt would start slipping while I was running on it, which was unpleasant to take a header and almost hit the panel. When you trip forward and you just like catch yourself right before you hit the panel, is not fun. And then, I kind of worked it out a little bit. It was still a little bit off, but I got to a point where it was still, after a couple days, like it was working. And then that was a motorized treadmill. So it's right after that, it started tripping the breaker every time after about 10 to 15 minutes of exercising, I guess the motor would heat up and it would just trip the breaker. And so I was like, you know what? This is too much. There's too much maintenance having to go on here with this thing. And so I got rid of it. And then that threw me off entirely because I basically stopped exercising for years later. It's not until just recently I'm back on it. But this time around, I've got a treadmill that doesn't require any electricity, which is fantastic. And it's supposedly maintenance free. Like I don't have to lubricate the deck like I did with the motorized one, because it doesn't really have a deck. It has a bunch of slats that go on rollers, and about the only thing you maybe need to look out for is greasing the rollers. But they say that's probably not even going to be a thing that you have to do unless you've had it for like 10 years or something. So I kind of did more of my research. I don't even know if like manual stuff existed back then when I was looking at it initially, but I'm a little bit more hopeful that this is going to be fine, and I can just keep this up for a while, because I'm already noticing that, like, if I walk because I do 45 minutes in the morning, and if I just walk at my normal walking pace, I barely break a sweat now after 45 minutes, which is pretty good. I mean, I still do break into a sweat around like minute 35 or so, but not, not too much, Whereas if I start running and start, picking up the pace, then I'll really start sweating, and that's good because it means I'm getting up there. I have a Fitbit that I wear, and it will vibrate when you get into like the quote unquote fat burning range, when your heart rate gets to a certain level. And I think I got managed 2 minutes this morning, where it was like fat burn range out of 45, which, I mean, you gotta start somewhere. So I'm hoping that I can maybe get to a point where I can get that to be eventually get it to maybe 10 minutes or something. Because I don't think I'll ever get to a point where it's the entire workout, because I'll be really straining myself or stressing myself doing that. And also because I'm going at I'm only ramping up difficulty slowly whenever I feel like it. I could probably get to a point maybe where I'm running and, it would only, my heart would still be able to handle it fine, and I wouldn't get into the high heartbeat range until, later on in the run. So have to kind of judge all of that stuff. Right, it's hard to get that feedback. What I'm wishing for is I can eventually get the second wind, because that used to happen the first time around when I was doing this, where I would exercise and I push myself and I'd get to a point where you're super tired and everything, and then suddenly you just get that surge of energy again, like a second wind. And I remember seeking that out, because for the rest of the day you feel fantastic. You're sore, but you feel just absolutely fantastic. And I haven't been able to replicate that, but I've been more cautious this time around too. I haven't been, because I was in my 30s when I was doing it then, and now I'm in my 40s. I'm like, I gotta be a little bit more. I gotta leave off the gas a little bit, because I'm not getting any younger. Oh yeah, you love the second one. Yeah, I know, exactly. It's just that burst of energy. You're like, where did this come from? And then even though you're still tired at the end of it, you just feel fantastic. It's I guess it floods you with endorphins and stuff, and you're just feeling that high for the rest of the day. Which is pretty great. The injury was due to work, so I couldn't have prevented it. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, getting injured at work is... I know so many. I know so many people who that's happened to them. Yeah, it's... I mean, they used to call my dad Johnson & Johnson, because he had a whole desk drawer at his work full of bandages and band-aids and all kinds of first aid stuff, because he was constantly getting cuts and bruises and all kinds of things. He had, I mean, that man had a lot of mileage on him, because he had his whole kneecap replaced. Well, not replaced, yeah, sort of. Basically, they exchanged it with like a metal roller kind of thing, because his one knee, I think it was his left knee, he wore out all the meniscus in his knee, so it was just bone on bone, and so they did surgery on it. They took the bone out, they replaced it with, they put like a metal plate on the back of it. They screwed that into the bone fragment, and then they kind of put like a ball bearing in there or something, and then put it all back together again. And so he had that for the rest of his life. That was actually worked out really well for him, because he got a lot of mobility back, although he could feel it whenever there was whenever it would rain or anything like that, dreary day or something, he could feel that. But it worked out well for him. I mean, he was able to walk around without pain and everything, which was good. But his other knee was also kind of bad, but not as bad, so they didn't bother to deal with it. But he had all that. He had, hip problems and shoulder problems and everything else. A long, hard life of physical manual labor. That'll do it. But that's all the props to him, because he worked 2 jobs just to make sure that we were good. Because having 3 kids, even back in the 80s and 90s, was still not cheap. I don't think it's ever really been cheap. So he just did what he had to do. It's the way the world works anymore. Yeah, unfortunately, it's it is what it is, I guess. You try to automate as much as you can, but in the process of automation, you start to take out the human element, which on the one hand could be a good thing. We're not breaking people's backs per se anymore, but on the other hand, it's a bad thing, because some people just don't have the training, they don't have the aptitude to deal with that on a daily basis, or they don't want to deal with it on a daily basis. But they can do the job, just not deal with the machinery and stuff. Used to be all trade, but now it's all money. Yep, it is. Well, and that's. Wall Street is really the blame for all of that. You've got, as much as I also do a little bit of trading here and there in stocks, you've got people who throw money at companies and have their only stake that they have in a company is what that bottom line number is. And they're a fickle bunch. If that bottom line number is not doing what you said it would do, or is not going up through the stratosphere and bringing more people in so that they can get a return on their investment, then suddenly a company finds itself without any operating capital. And it's just like, the only thing I could really say about that is I really hope at some point there's a resurgence of companies going private, right? Where I mean, you still have to deal with private equity nonsense, and you still have, investors and stuff in private entities, but you're more likely to find investors that are actually more likely to have a company that's more in tune with its workers instead of, instead of having some fly-by-night CEO come in and who doesn't understand the business, who's just, what do they call it? Like a career CEO, right? Where they have no actual skills. They just come in and they run the ship for a year or two. They get their golden parachute, and then they go over to another company and run that company for 2 or 3 years, and they just come up with crazy ideas that have no bearing on reality. And then they get replaced again, and they get replaced again. They're just moving from one CEO position to the next CEO position to the next CEO position without any, actual knowledge or skills. And that's a problem. That's a problem. I always thought it was weird that you would have a career CEO, right? Like, it always felt like to me, a CEO is someone you promote from within, someone who's worked at the company for ages and understands the business and understands the challenges and is, has risen to the rank of leader. But you get these investors on board, these investors who have no concept of what the company does or anything. They just see the financials. And suddenly now it's favorites, right? They go the investors follow the CEOs around like they're freaking rock stars from one company to the next to the next to the next. Because they're a good bet. Oh, we know this one's going to come in and he's going to give us a 20% return on on our stocks in the first 3 years, and so we'll just follow him from company to company. Every time he moves to a new company, we'll cash out and go to another. It's just insanity. It's just absolute insanity. But our economy, at least in the U.S., is a lot of our industry has left, and so now our economy is based on speculation, whole heaping of speculation, because we don't actually produce anything anymore. Well, very few things anymore. So somebody's got to make money some way, I guess. Okay, so I've done this. Okay, so then we get the actual execution of the response. Execute. Consume. And close. And finally. Okay. So, what was that? It was closable HTTP response. Right, okay. HTTP response. That's all China. Put back to work. Yeah. And I mean, for semiconductors, all Taiwan, And that's just the way it is right now. Yeah, it's what it is. Equals. So how do they do this? HTTP client executes. Oh, they got HTTP clients create default. Ooh, excuse me. Got it. So I gotta do. I wonder if I could probably share this, right? Creates a closable HTTP client instance with the fucker. Yeah, you know what? I could probably make this a bean. I gotta go get some food. Yeah. Okay. Go get some food. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make this a bean. A bean. Got to conf. And what would be the best place to put it? I guess the web config. Put it here, or yeah, I guess I could put it in the web config. I guess it doesn't hurt up there. Let's just do public closable HTTP client. HTTP client. Return HTTP clients. All right, that'll be good, and then I can just inject that then. HTTP client. There we go. Execute. Which form of execute do we use? It says HTTP posts. Yeah, this is the this is the old way of doing it. They haven't updated this because they actually take another parameter now, which does this portion. All right, it's SP context now. Execute. HP client response handler. HP client response handler. I don't want that. Okay. Right, so I don't have to bring back closable HP. Yeah, no, it just brings back the actual results now. String results. Alright, so logger error. Unable to contact YouTube to exchange off token. Alright, okay. And what does... So... Response... Get entity... Okay. So, let's see. Response that... Entity. And body dot Or let's, I guess, entity utils dot toString. Oh. Gets the entity content as a string using. Okay, default. Okay. And standard char sets UTF-8. All right. Okay. Okay, so we have that. So then, I don't have to do a filing on this, do I? Because I think it closes it itself. I think. How close am I for the end? I'll be going for another hour and a half or so. Tonight. Because on Friday night I usually go a little bit later. I might even go even later than that, but yeah, probably another hour and a half. Probably at least an hour and a half, I would say. Let's see, response to that close. I'm pretty sure this closes itself. Now, pretty sure they do that on their own right now. That's why they put this response handler and stuff in here. Let's just see what it says. Executes a request using default context and processes the response using given response handler. The content entity associated with the response is fully consumed. The underlying connection is released back to the connection manager automatically in all cases, relieving individual response handlers from having to manage resource deallocation internally. Yep, okay. That's what I thought. Okay. So then upon having that, we need to, let's see, private. But I need an object to handle this, so we'll just get an object to handle this. So this is, so what does it bring back? This? All right, so we'll say so under Pojo. YouTube roll off response. So as well add to it. And I've got wrong one. Access token expires in refresh token. just gonna make everything a string for right now. Well, actually, they have a sample. Expires in is actually an integer. Okay. Everything else is a string. Okay. Refresh. No, expires in scope and token type. Scope and space delimited key sensitive strings. Okay. Scope and token type. And this will just, I'll just make this a long. All right, and then we want to do at JSON alias annotation you can use to define one or more alternative names for a property. Yes, that's what I want. JSON alias, so access token. Token. In. I don't need one for scope, do I? I'll put one on there anyway, but I don't really need it. Scope and then token type. Alright, and then tractor, no, source, I forgot there's two sources. Generate, there's the setters. There we go. Alright, so then over here we say YouTube go off response. Auth response string JSON string. Alright, so we go objects, mapper, mapper, I'll put a check in here if string utils gotta pick the right one there. That is blank. Null. Otherwise, do om that's get deserialization config Oh, wait, no. Set deserialization feature, right? Saw something with the feature here. Damn it. I can never remember anything. Jackson, Jason, ignore missing properties. Oh, that's right. I could put it on. I could put it on the class itself. Object mapper configure. Oh, it's object mapper configure deserialization. Right. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about JSON. Ignore properties, ignore unknown. I can just do that at the class level, and I don't have to do it here, which is a little bit better. Properties. There we go. Okay, so return OM dot. I think it's just parse. No. Struct type. It's read, isn't it? Read. Read value. There it is. JSON string. There we go. Wrap it in try multi-catch. Or just try catch, I guess. There we go. We'll just say logger error unable to parse JSON results from YouTube auth change. Okay. All right, so I have that theoretically. The one thing is it does return an error if there was an error, so I have to handle that. Handle errors if what was it? If invalid grant equals body, or I guess results. Do this. Longer error. Received invalid grant error from YouTube token exchange. Else, tokens, new string 2. All right. So if it succeeds, if we didn't get that back, then I say YouTube auth response. Parse auth response results and tokens 0 equals auth response dot get. I guess technically I could just return the auth response. Sure, let's just return that. We'll simplify this for ourselves since we already have to do it. We already have to build a thing anyway. So I'll just say return auth response. Otherwise, return null. this. Okay. So that exchanges a token for me. So came back into YouTube Authenticate. So if I get down to here, then I want to do YouTube auth response. Exchange token. It's the initial auth code. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So it gets me the auth back, and then basically should just right away store the tokens. In the secure storage. So I'd probably just, yeah, I mean, just right away, just do secure storage util save OAuth token. Token would be auth get access token type the access token. I don't know, is that how I did the Twitch thing here? I had to jump through some hoops for Twitch. I mean, I have to jump through hoops for YouTube too. Apparently, OAuth is not as standard as it's meant to be. They all do it differently. Create YouTube name equals service, and the save OAuth token in secure storage access token. Yeah, I just did access underscore token. Which means I should probably, yeah, I can't have two of them with the same name. So I'll just preface this with YouTube access token. YouTube access token. What else do I have to provide here? Service types service and account ID and resource loader. ID. So service types YouTube. Account ID. Okay. Yeah, I have to build the account object and stuff. Of course. Of course. Well, the other thing to do is to post this back to myself. Which I could do. Yeah, I could just post this back to myself. Or actually, I don't even need to post it back. Well, yeah, I could. I don't want to post it back to myself. I can't really do that easily. I mean, I can. The only thing I can do is call the method. I could do that. I could inject an accounts controller in there and just call the method directly, which would be probably a better idea. What was I using the token type for? Am I using the token type for anything? Doesn't look like it. It's just something that comes back for Twitch, I guess. Well, I guess technically it comes back for YouTube too, but it's called something else, I think. I don't have this. I don't have the state. That's what's weird too. They're supposed to give me the state back, but I guess, yeah, technically I've already validated the state that I gave with the access token, so then they don't give it to me again. So do I validate the state in here? I'm not validating the state at all, really. Which is wrong, but it's... It is what it is. I would probably validate that over here, though, right? Yeah. Wait, what did I... No, that's right. That's right, yeah. Yes, I would validate the state there. And then I would validate the state. Actually, they don't give me the state back. They give me the state back in this thing. In this response. Right, because it's in the YouTube auth response, right? No, it's not. When the hell did they give you the state back? They're like, oh, you need to make sure you send this to us because we'll send it back to you, so you make sure this is a legitimate call. And it's like, well, okay, but when do you give it back to me? Before handling the response on the server, you should confirm that the state received from the Google matches the state sent in the authorization request. Okay, when would you like me to do that? Google prompts user, so redirect to the lost server, and then it comes back to me, the server response. Okay. Test this flow, click on sample URL, which requests read-only access to view metadata files in your Google Drive. Yeah. Returned in URI. Okay. So what's returned in URI? They don't mention that. They don't mention that state is returned here. At all. But they're like, make sure you check the states. Okay, when do you actually return it to me? They've got to return it to me as part of the initial code, I would think. Alright, it would have to be. Because otherwise, how would you know that was a legitimate call out you made? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put state in here, but I'm going to make it optional. State and aspirin. Now I could I'll just see if that actually comes back. Because I would think it would have to here. Because that's the last time. It would either have to come back here or would have to come back in the JSON result when I exchange my token. But they should bring it back immediately, I would think. Because how else are you supposed to validate that you're getting the right stuff? Okay. Oof, excuse me. It's not leaving me in a pickle here because I need the ID. Store tokens put service name, token type, account ID. Oh, okay, so I already format that correctly. So I was okay with just having this be access token, because I'll still access it that way, but it'll have all the service type and everything in there. a refresh token here, and then say it's not required. Because I'm just gonna call this directly from here. So let's inject that in. Private accounts. I really don't like this. I really don't like that. Let's promote this stuff to a service that I can then call properly. Yeah, create account. Save token. So the rough part here is having the error messages. Come back appropriately. But actually, the error message is basically the same. It's either going to be error or success. So you know what? I guess it's not that big a deal. Because I'll still be able to do the logger stuff. So yeah, so backend service, and I'm going to say, what am I going to call it? I guess, no auth, token processing. No, it's going to be, because I'm going to be creating the account too, right there, because I need to in order to do things. So it's really going to be account service. We'll just do that. Service. Logger account service class. And private, what do we have over here? Accounts DAO and resource loader. Just grab both of those. Like, Yeah, I guess just create accounts. And it'll have to have a bunch of stuff in it, but right now let's just go grab this. See what we have here. This is true there. And turn success. Service access token. Service access token, refresh token. So say string access token, refresh token, string service, and what else do I need? That's actually everything there. Build account object, get Twitch logged in user. Okay. So both of these. Them over here. Twitch for Today stuff came over. Okay. All right. So then I just call create account here. So I gotta get rid of these. Do I have another reference to accounts DAO anywhere? Oh, I do. Do I have another reference to resource loader? Probably. Yeah, I do. Alright, so never mind. Don't get rid of those. But I just have to add private account service. Alright, so then in here this just becomes results. Account service create accounts. Go. If not create results, then message. Text error. System error. Else. Add success message. And that was... Here it is. Text OAuth success. Cool. Cool. So save that. And then over here, I would just call that so first of all, try catching here. Able to process OAuth exchange with YouTube. Return and error message. System error. Redirect them back to the home page. Okay. So then I would have to bring in a reference to account service. And here I say account service, create account. With the auth.get access token, auth.get refresh token, and service types, YouTube, string. If not, great result. It's error message, else, and success message. Text OAuth success. Okay. And ultimately we have to redirect to the accounts controller here. Settings account. Do this redirect. Go. All right. Split up a little bit here. Okay. Redirect there. I'm gonna get this out of here for a second. All right, so only thing here, I gotta make sure that this didn't come back null. If off is null, no off object was created. System error. Return redirect home. Okay, so then over in here where I've got implement this. I should do dot name. Not toString. And here. I need to right, I save them down here. So I have to get the build the account object. With the user. Okay. So this has to swap around a little bit. What I'm going to do, because there's going to be a little bit different flow, and that method's getting a little bit crazy. So I'm going to say private create account create Twitch linked account. And to be account and access token. All right, so then I come in here, call that out, put that down here. I'm hard coding. I'm hard coding the service type to Twitch. It should not be a thing. Oh no, I'm defaulting it. I'm defaulting it to, and I'm passing service in. Right. Okay. I was just defaulting it to Twitch. So I don't even need that anymore there. All right, so this will just be service types Twitch, because I know this is being called from Twitch. The Twitch path here. So account equals, it's not even account equals because I'm passing it in, aren't I? Well, actually, this makes it a little bit cleaner if I do account here and I stop passing it in, because there's no reason to now. I can just say return. Yeah, accounts. Where's account used at here? Because I'm also doing it to, well, I'm also creating the account right there, so I actually don't need it if I pull all this over, which is what I'm going to do. So I don't need to return that at all. Let's put this as void for the moment. And we'll say accounts. Right, and then I'm going to do this portion. I should return Boolean success. So I know. So we'll say Boolean. Right, and so this would just be service types Twitch. Right. And that should be everything that we've already been doing. So all I have to do is say success equals create Twitch linked account with the access token. And boom, we're there. And then for YouTube, I should probably log here too a little bit so I know what's going on. Logger, debug, starting creation process for linked Twitch user. Starting creation process for linked YouTube. YouTube linked account, and that would be access token and refresh token. Just take this pretty much as is, kind of, sort of. Create YouTube linked account, string access token, string refresh token. This would be get YouTube, but we'll just hide that for a second. Create accounts. This is going to be service types. YouTube. YouTube there, and so we do 2 of them. So the access token and the refresh token. Add account. Okay. So we got that. So then build account object. We need get YouTube logged in user. get YouTube logged in user. And this would be using the No, access. I need both of them. Access token. Because I have to build that credentials thing up. Okay, and then build account object. Just gonna put a string here for right now. To user. There we go. Okay, so we have that. So this would be build account objects like that right now, and YouTube logged in user. The basics there, just have to flesh it out now. So theoretically I have enough to get the initial token. There are compilation errors though, right? No, there aren't. Okay. Well, actually, let me check. Objects clean. Yeah, there's one compilation error. I thought there was. Set access token. Oh, yeah, okay. So all this goes away. Pretty much. And this was me trying to figure out how to create a credential. So this is how I would do it. Okay, so back over here. So in here I would create the credential. Set the access token to access token and set I guess I could bring the expires in stuff over. I probably should. Expires in seconds. Refresh token. Set expires in seconds. Okay. Expires in. What I'll do is I'll just say public boolean creates counts. Access token. String service. Just return create accounts. No service, no. And then back here. Doesn't really matter, does it? Long expires in. No, wait, why am I changing this? This is not. We're only coming back to here. For Twitch, right? You're only coming back here for Twitch, so why am I doing that? Because we're going to hit either link Twitch or link YouTube. That's going to redirect. It's going to come back. Link Twitch is the one that opens that web page, which then posts back to here. So having these here doesn't actually do anything, and it's just muddying the waters right now. So let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of this. And let me. Doesn't look right. Let's why doesn't that look right? God, it's been so long since I've done. It hasn't even been that long. It's just my brain's not working here. Java doc. Star. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. I don't know why. I had like a brain fart there. I'm like, what? What's going on? That's a regular comment, multi-line comment, but that's not what I want. There we go. That's better. Called from the Twitch OAuth controller only. Right, so then I only need to send these two things again, which is good because I did that. So that cleans that up a little bit. So in the YouTube off, we call, yes. And this needs to be access token, refresh token, name, okay, and then off that get expires in. There we go. Now it's clicking a little bit better now. This then pass that on to that one. Okay. Okay, so built the credential with all that stuff. So now I just need to make I gotta get the YouTube logged in user. I implement that. So if I look at what they've got over here. So I'm going to build the net HTTP transport. YouTube builder build. So that just gets the service, right? And then they do a list request. So I have to actually... So the credential gets built up as part of building the actual YouTube service majigger. Okay. So I'm going to want to say... yeah, I'm wondering... I can probably build that. I probably don't have to build it every time. So I guess I can't build it ahead of time either. That's the crappy thing about it. I can only build it when I have the details for it. which I guess is fine. I mean, it'll take a little extra time, I guess, but it's not that much. And it's not going to affect, because I'm going to be reading the tokens in as I need them. I mean, right now I have them already, but if I make a utility that does it, then it'll take those tokens in, and then maybe I'll have 2 overrides of it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's do... I have a utility here somewhere. Can I just create an OAuth util? Here we go. Actually, is this considered... Yeah, is it OAuth util? I mean, this is a YouTube specific... you know what? Screw it. We'll do... YouTube util. Static YouTube. And need one that takes credentials, but let's do that here. Over here. Maybe I should have one that just takes the credential in. And one that doesn't. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll do that. Since it's going to be different places I have to get it from, right? So we'll say credential. And what do they have over here? HTTP transport, credential, just return new YouTube.builder. Okay. Alright, so I guess they've changed it to V3. Does this have a build on it? Nope. YouTube. Is there a builder? Oh, tell me their documentation is out of date. Google API services YouTube. Google API services YouTube. Oh, what the frick? YouTube. What the? only a fucking Google engineer would subclass a class with the same name as the parent. Okay. So API services YouTube. Look at this. YouTube. Like somebody is. That would, if I saw somebody do that, that would be a talking to. A stern talking to. Like, let's not do YouTube. How about we not do that? So they've got Google API Services, YouTube. Google API Services, YouTube. Okay, let's see. See if I take one YouTube off of there, what happens? What the ever-living hell is going on here? All right, new YouTube. It's U capital T tube. YouTube builder. There it is. I swear to God. Yeah. New. Was it a new Google Net HTTP transport? Oh, it's just, oh, it's a static. Google Net HTTP transport. Google Net HTTP transport. New trusted transport. And then JSON factory and then credential. JSON factory is just Jackson factory get default instance. Is that not a thing here? Jackson factory. It's under Google API Client JSON Jackson 2. Oh, for crying out loud, really? Do I not have the right libraries in? Let's see this. Let's do import. See if the import statement even works. That's not gonna get me anywhere. Surprised that is not already coming in. Let me see here. Dependencies. Let's see, hierarchy. So where's the Google stuff? Google HTTP clients. API clients. All right. Google API client Jackson 2. That looks like. Was this 2024 260? I'm honestly surprised it didn't automatically come down with the other stuff, but I guess they're pushing their JSON bullshit. Google API client. Yeah, no, it's not in there. All right. Just make this guess Google API client version. Assuming they don't all have 9,000 different versions. There we go. So that's in there. So then I should be able to Maven update projects. Let's see where we're at. All right, so over here, does it now know about Jackson Factory? Let's see. So we go Jackson. Oh, for crying out loud. Really? It's not in there either? Google API client JSON. API client. Google APIs JSON? No. We got API client JSON dot JSON factory. Here it is. Why was that so freaking hard to find? Factory. Why? Oh, it's Jackson Factory, not JSON Factory. Well, I guess I do need JSON because there's no other thing here. JSON Factory. JSON Jackson 2. There's no more Jackson 2 there. I don't know how they're calling this a... So there's a JSON factory. No, that's... from Jackson itself. It has a JSON factory builder. You have a mock JSON factory. There's no Jackson factory. This is all Spring Framework stuff. It's a Jackson notification callback, but that's something else. God, I hate that they... They'll keep releasing versions of their API or library for Java, but they won't keep their freaking documentation up to date. What does YouTube Builder actually take? Does it, maybe it's not even taking that anymore. What does this actually take? No, it does take a JSON factory. JSON factory, which may be Jackson, com Google API client, JSON, Jackson 2, Jackson factory, which doesn't effing exist. from what I can tell. Or Google GSON. GSON Factory. Which I guess I'll just have to use that, because God forbid Google does anything right here. God forbid you're allowed to use anything other than Google shit to access Google shit. Jackson client JSON Jack. What did I pull in then? From the POM file. I literally pulled in Google API client Jackson 2. You're telling me this has nothing in it to deal with Jackson? Where's the libraries at? That's not the library. Even dependencies. Google HTTP client JSON. API client Jackson 2. Oh, that's all it has? All it has is the Jackson notification callback. So they're basically forcing you to use their JSON nonsense. Go figure. God damn it, Google. You guys suck. So much. If I mentioned how much Google engineers suck, they just suck in every respect of the term. Alright, so I gotta use their JSON bullshit. Fine, whatever. I'm not actually using it directly, so the hell with it. The hell with it, I say. JSON factory dot keep default instance. All right, and then the requests initializer. HTTP request initializer or null for none. I guess credential, so I guess you don't pass credential to builder anymore. It's probably set it. So I guess this would be null. What is going on here? Unhandled exception. Try a multi-catch. Alright. Logger factory, oops. Logger, YouTube, hill, class. And then here we'll just do logger error, unable to create a YouTube API object. So I have to do, so there's build, so YouTube request initializer. How do I set the credentials on it? Or do you set the credentials on the actual calls now, which would make slightly more sense? I bet they're set on the calls now. They probably are. So I guess I just do the build there like that. Because it would make more sense to do it on an individual call, not once when you get the service. Right? Because theoretically, I could just... You could cache this. And not build it every single time. If it's designed correctly, anyway. So alright, so here I do, I guess, get service. So YouTube. YouTube with a lowercase. That's YouTube with a capital. Me sideways, man. Jesus. YouTube. YouTube equals get YouTube till get service. I'm not even going to pass credentials in anymore right now because I don't have a spot to put it. So I'm just going to get rid of that right now. So we have a reason to put it back in there. Okay. And what do they do? Well, they set application name. Do I really have to set application name? I guess so. Application name to be used in the user agent header of each request, or null for none. Sure. Fine. Let's set that, and then that's built. So then it's YouTube channels list requests. Okay. YouTube.channels.list. Equals oh no, it brings back a channel list response. Of course it does. So that's the requests I'm building up. Oh crap. Channels list, I see, okay. list. And for parts, okay, that's where you say snippet content details, statistics. I don't think I need statistics. I think I'm just going to do snippet for a moment and see what that gets me. Oh, it takes a... So now it actually takes a list instead of just a string. All right, well, that's fine. List of... Okay. Logger error. Unable to contact YouTube to retrieve channel details. So request dot set line true. And then executes. A channel list response. All right, and then what else? All right, Premier, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it. You have a good night. Chalice response. Okay. So what's in that response? Get items, list channel. Page info. Brings back a list of channels. Okay. So I guess I would turn that. No, that doesn't seem right. So list channel. items. Alright, so we have that. List that gets 0. What do we have on here? Get content owner details. 2 partners linked with the channel. Get channel snippet. Okay, this is, yeah, basic details about the channel, such as title, description, and thumbnail images. So that would get me the channel snippets. What do I get on that? So I get custom URL, the channel, description, a map of thumbnail images associated with the channel. Okay. For each object in the map, the key is the name of the thumbnail image, and the value is an object that contains other information about the thumbnail. Make sure your code uses the image URLs exactly as they are returned in API responses. Okay. Okay. Channel's title. Alright, so this is getting me the stuff that I need. So it's really just a channel snippet. So it's say if channel list, if not channel list is empty, turn that, and that'll be channel snippet. Otherwise, return null. All right, so that's the channel snippet. So we do channel snippet. User is get YouTube logged in user, refresh token. But here's the thing, I haven't passed a token or anything to this, so where am there's gotta be something on the request, right? It's request dot can I just set credentials on this? This is just ponderous. Like, how the frig are they? They expect people to figure this crap out when they don't even document it. So it's got to be up in here then, in the service. So where does that go? So this has got this is putting it as part of the HTTP request factory. Transport create request factory with that credential. Environment variable set to true. Load default is not all. Not provide for customization that HTTP transport such the ability to specify a proxy. That uses Google Utils Get Certificate Trust Store for trust certificates. So that's not. That's not going to work. So new. That uses for trust certificates using mutual TLS. Okay. What do they say over here? Okay, so they do have it as part of their transport, which is just is what it is, I guess. I'd rather set the headers there, I guess. So fine. HTTP request factory. Transport. to say about net HTTP transport to use net HTTP transport builder. Certificates. So net HTTP transport. Builder. Oops. Set connection factory, set hostname verifier, set proxy. That's all I can do on there? Is there another set here? So how do you pass the credentials to the actual call? Not there. Let's get access to it. Yeah, it's like thinks it already has it, right? Unless I can do a set on there. Set access token. So that's the access token, but how, is there a refresh token? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, sure, it makes sense to put the access token on there, which is fine, but they say they'll automatically refresh the token for me. Where the frick is that happening? Because I have a feeling that's not actually true. Which is going to make this even more complicated, but I mean, not any more complicated than, I guess, Twitch at that point, I guess. But still, it kills a big part of this. authorization. Refreshing an access token, offline access. Not prompting user for permission. The client object refreshes the access token as needed as long as you configure that object for offline access. Client object. That just brought me right back to where I was. The link doesn't even work. Ah, come on. Exchange returns a Google authorization server returns a refresh token when you exchange an authorization code for an access token. If the access token expires, you can use a refresh token to obtain a new access token. Yeah. That's man, oh man. Okay. Store factory and data store interface is a store credential. I don't know. I don't know here. There's some magic by which I am supposed to get this token in there, but damned if I know what it is. So I have this credential, which is really what I should be passing in here. has to be something up here then. The Quest initializer. We have to get one of those and then put it on there. That get me? Nothing. Gets me nothing either. Great. I think I've tried this already, but let me look here again. Oh, I don't know here. This is supposed to work. Maybe there's an overloaded builder here. Is there another instance of builder? No, there really isn't. Okay. Certificate trust store. What is that doing? Okay. That's all that's really doing. Just checking that. to YouTube API calls. Make a request to YouTube API. Setting options. API client builder. YouTube API credentials. God damn it, it just keeps giving me the wrong stuff here. Let me just see something. How do I pass a credentials object to the YouTube API? Wait, where's that Google credential from stream? See, it says YouTube Builder credential. What is the third part of this? Request initializer. HP request initializer or null for none. So I feel like that wouldn't take the credential though. I mean, I guess I could try it. I mean, it might be that easy. Okay. I guess it does take it. Like they had in that. That's how it had it in the thing here, right? Yeah, they passed credential as the third. But for some reason, wasn't it giving me an error about that? Maybe not. Maybe because I did have that. I thought I had that initially. You know what? It doesn't matter. If it works, then who gives it rat's ass? Get service. Cred. Save that. Is this a channel snippet back? I already had that one down there. YouTube user. Okay. So when I build account object, I would take channel snippet then, right? So this is YouTube user. So then, I'll just say if YouTube user is null, return null. Right, and then I check for null here, right? I do not. If count equals null or false. So then I need the account set display name would be YouTube user get title. And then the image URL account set profile URL. So it's a string. Well, let's see what we get here. So we got YouTube user get thumbnail details. Thumbnails dot get high, get medium. Medium would probably be fine. Medium is a thumbnail. Get URL, maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Save. That seems like it. Maybe. I mean, obviously it's not going to work the first time around because it'll still be the first time doing it, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing left to do is to actually try it. Let me make sure. Does it build? I mean, that was pretty darn painful. I mean, that's just like the beginning of it. But then again, I guess, well, when it comes to the YouTube stuff, it might, well, I'll have to see what happens there, because I gotta register. I gotta know when the refresh token changes and stuff, which I won't know right away. But I don't need to know that right now. I hesitate to test this right now because I'm getting really super tired. What do we got? Get snippet. Yeah, you know what? Let's hold off on testing this to tomorrow. Well, actually, I guess today because it's already 1 a.m. But later on today, Saturday, I will be back and we'll give it a test, see if it's working or not, and see what's happening, maybe. I guess. And yeah, we'll just take a look at it. Because I get a feeling, number one, I get a feeling it's not going to work initially, and number two, I'm going to end up going down a rabbit hole because it's going to be like one little thing here, one little thing there, one little thing there. So I'd rather do that when my mind is a little bit fresher, just a little bit more fresh, as it were. Let's see here. All right. So yeah, I think that's going to do it for me for tonight, my friends. I'm not going to even attempt to raid out. I doubt there's anybody live right now, even if I did. So that will be it for me for tonight. Saturday afternoon at some point, I will be back and for a couple more hours, and we'll pick up where we left off here with some coding. And then there should be a multiplayer Saturday night session. I imagine we'll be in probably Deep Rock Galactic. Maybe. We'll see. And then on Sunday night, it'll just be the toss-up night. I'll just be playing whatever I happen to feel like playing at the time. We'll see whatever it is. I do have a bunch of things that I want to take a look at for the first time, so I might just, it might be more of the, you know, looking at first impressions of certain games, but we'll see. It really comes down to whatever I'm in the mood for. But anyway, my friends, that will do it for me for tonight. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. Hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
I suppose by the transitive property, I too must be Vulcan as a motherfucker.